Hey everyone, welcome to Jimmy John's Field for a matchup between the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Alongside Jason Ross Jr., I'm Jenna Rose. Not a scorcher today, as we've been seeing in games past, Jason. We got a different look here for the pregame. We're inside, but don't be shy. Come join us again. Not too hot today. We're open to go golfing after the game today, so we've got our golf drip on. But, Jason, we got to talk about the game today. Two righties are going to get the nod with right-hander Donovan Thacker for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, and for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, we're going to see Jake Kinney take the mound.
Well, Kinney set to make his first start here in the USPBL, a player who was formerly in the Phillies organization after being a 33rd rounder a couple of years ago. In 2019, when you examine Kinney's stats with the Phillies organization, 25 walks throughout the course of 24 innings of work. So that was one of the issues to examine moving forward here as a starter, because as a bullpen guy primarily in the past, that can be an issue. When it comes to success, working ahead in counts has been key so far for Kinney. 70% first pitch strike rate. When you examine the arsenal of the 6'8" right-hander, has a four-seam fastball that can max out at about 93, then he'll drop it down to 76 with a really good curveball as well. Has a slider and changeup that he can sprinkle in every now and then. But with Kinney, something to point out that's very notable. 6'8", maybe even 6'9". So matches Beavers right-hander A.J. Coleman for the tallest pitcher in the USPBL at the moment. And what that does for you from a hitter's perspective is it appears as though the pitchers are always coming in on a downward plane, so you have to find a way with your bat to try to match that plane, which can lead to a lot of soft contact either on the ground or in the air. So we'll see if Kinney can back that up today in his first start here in the USPBL. And on the flip side, it's Donovan Thacker.
Well, Thacker is no stranger here in the USPBL, coming fresh off of his year at Madonna University. But typically what we're going to see from Thacker is the utilization of his four-seamer, his slider, his curveball, and his changeup. He's going against a lineup in the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers where they only have two lefties leading off. When we look at right-handers specifically, they are hitting 257 off of Thacker, so that is going to be a challenge. Again, there's going to be changes in eye levels when we see the utilization of his four-seamer. We're going to see that changeup sprinkled in, and the goal for Thacker is just to keep opposing batters off balance, change those eye levels, and to work ahead in the count. So that's what we're going to see on the Thacker side of things. But Jason, we are here at Jimmy John's, and last night was one of the most special days of the year in the All-Star game, East versus West. Give us a quick recap.
Well, speaking of pitching, we'll continue that discussion with the All-Star game. As per usual, pitching dominated the All-Star game. No score, 0-0 tie to wrap things up after 7 innings of play yesterday. You look at the West Division team and really slammed the door shut on an East lineup that we thought would be very potent entering that All-Star game. When you examine the 3 through 5 spots in the East lineup, there were a combined 13 homers between Greg Vaughn Jr., Drew Galassi, and Noah Childress for that East Division team. However, the West Side pitching just kind of cruised to the finish line. When you flip things around, the lineup for the West Division team actually had the bases loaded a couple of times, left 10 on base, so we're kind of kicking themselves after what was a frustrating loss. But overall, a very, very fun day. The G kicked off with a fun home run derby, to say the least.
Yeah, you know, the underdog was Greg Vaughn Jr., only having 1 home run during gameplay so far this season. He finished the derby with the crown with 27 home runs through the 3 rounds. I know you had Childress and I had Briggs stepping in, so Greg Vaughn Jr. definitely took everybody by surprise, but you can see it in the stature. He's able to generate that power with a nice form. He has the strength, and I had the opportunity to catch up with his mother, Leticia, and his stepfather, Bill Davis, so they were so excited to have the opportunity to come here to USPBL to watch their son compete, to watch him absolutely dominate in the home run derby. So it's such a fun event when we look at the All-Star game. And Jason, we got to dial back to today, though. Who are we going to see on the Westside Woolly Mammoth side of things?
Well, by the way, just have to point out, now we probably have to go double or nothing on a new bet, since neither of us won yesterday.
We didn't even make a bet.
Well, I tried to, and you denied the bet, so new one on the horizon since we both lost. But yeah, when you examine the Woolly Mammoths lineup today, it'll be Adrian Guzman leading off and playing shortstop. Spencer McGee will be in left field, and batting second, Lamar Briggs, who was in the All-Star game yesterday, will be in center field, and batting third, Jalen Smith will be the cleanup hitter today and play at third base. Nick Caruso will do the catching and bat fifth, while Herring will play at first base and bat sixth. It'll be Colton Horner doing the DHing today and batting seventh. McKinley will bat eighth and play in right field, while Navarro rounds out the lineup, playing at second base and batting ninth.
For the Beavers, leading off is going to be Connor Bagneski playing second base. Playing third base will be Ron Williams Jr. He'll be batting second. In the 3 spot is going to be Travis McFarland at first base. Out in right field, batting cleanup is going to be Christian LeBoy. Following Christian is going to be Roy Verdejo batting fifth out in left field. Shortstop Nefi Mercedes will be batting sixth. Batting seventh will be Elijah Salaya out in center field. Designated hitter is going to be Collier Rutledge batting eighth, and to round out the lineup is going to be Tyler Blom, who is catching today. So be sure to join us 1:05 p.m. for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers versus the Westside Woolly Mammoths. We'll see you there.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping, no stopping. Oh!
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. As you can see, grounds crew still working on the field here today, hoping for a first pitcher on the bottom of the hour here today, around 1:30 Eastern Time. We'll continue to update on that as soon as we hear more information. Today's broadcast is sponsored by the following: AAA, Ascension, Balfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Valpak, and UWM. We thank all those fine partners for what they do for this league. Now time for our keys to the game today. Jason, what do you think?
Well, Jeremy, interesting matchup here. Two sides in Birmingham and Westside that are used to each other now. Fifth consecutive time they've played one another since June 26th, with Birmingham having taken the last two, piecing together their first winning streak of the season so far. And I think if you're the Beavers, you would love to see the production of late continue offensively. Getting runners on the base paths has translated to runs crossing the plate, and doing so early and establishing that confidence to create somewhat of a trickle-down effect in the lineup. On the west side of things, hoping to bounce back at 7-7 on the season, hoping to hover above 500. I think from a pitching standpoint today, getting Donovan Thacker reignited could be interesting, going up against Jake Kinney, who will make his first start of the season today. On the side of Thacker, who is very cool, comfortable, and calm entering his starts, just kind of establishing his fastball early on. He was in a new connection with his catcher, Nick Caruso, last time out, and today he'll be caught again by Caruso. So second time those two have been with one another after the departure of Noah Moore, so perhaps a bit more comfort between the guy on the mound and the guy behind the dish today for the Woolly Mammoths. And it'll be interesting when we get to our Ascension preview, breaking down, again, the first start, what will be of Jake Kinney in the USPBL.
Yeah, Jake Kinney, certainly an exciting guy, another tall guy, 6'7", 240. We were joking on the air yesterday, and I was talking to Shane McCann. He was like, hey, we could make a basketball team quite easily out of some of our pitchers here. And we hear there's another tall 6'8", 6'7" guy on the way for the Utica Unicorns as well, with them losing a couple arms here and there. So that'll be interesting to see that. Maybe we can line them all up and go play some hoops before a game sometime.
That would be fun. He matches Coleman now as teammate for tallest pitcher in the USPBL, tallest starter. And where that comes into play, to get back to the keys of the game, and we'll delve further into this throughout the course of the broadcast, is the pitch always appears as though it's coming on a downward plane to you from the perspective of a hitter. So you have to get your bat to match that plane. If not, can lead to a lot of either ground ball outs or fly ball outs. So that's something to keep an eye on today when, as Jeremy mentioned, the 6'8" right-hander and Kinney is on the mound.
So again, the latest update, we're hoping for a first pitch around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time here on the USPBL Network. We'll continue to update on that as updates become available. But as you see, still a little bit more work to do on the field before we can kick things off here today on this Sunday Fun Day on the USPBL Network. Stick with us. Much more coming up next.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
1-0. The runner at first as that one skied up in the air. Greg Vaughn Jr. chasing back, still going, leaps up, made the catch in left field. He can hit home runs, he can rob home runs, doing it all here today on All-Star Day. Well, as you can see, the field getting closer, hopefully, to baseball here today. The rain should be out of the area, hopefully, until, well, tonight here in Metro Detroit. As we take a look at your matchup here today, it's the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Also want to take a look at your pitcher comparison brought to you by Ascension. Jake Kinney going for the Beavers here today, and Donovan Thacker for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. These two kind of in different spots, I guess, in terms of how many innings they put in, but two of the guys certainly to look out for going forward as well.
Yeah, both in search of their first wins at the USPBL level today. When you examine Thacker, you see the 0-2 record there, but has given his team some longevity throughout the course of his stint thus far. When you examine the arsenal for Thacker, slider and changeup in addition to the four-seam fastball, which he typically uses just a hair over 50% of the time, can change the eye levels as well, but really worked on his changeup towards the latter stages of college. That's a really key pitch for him today, Jeremy, that we're going to hone in on and see if he's utilizing that and using it effective early on any count, really. And then when you flip the script over to the right-hander Jake Kinney, former 33rd round pick of the Philadelphia Phillies, so played in that organization for a bit, native of Tallahassee, Florida, and taking a look at his repertoire, it'll be a four-seam fastball that maxes out at about 93 miles per hour. Second most prominent pitch, also a breaking ball, the curveball. We talked about how important the change is for Thacker on the side of Kinney. That curve, it's a pretty high usage, and it'll get down to about 76 miles per hour with it. Slider and changeup as well. But should be a fun matchup today. Question mark is how many innings do we see out of Kinney, given that he just has 2 2/3 out of the bullpen so far.
Well, as you see, they continue to line the fields here today. Hope to have baseball very soon for you. One more peek at a team comparison as well. The thing that stands out, and it's kind of stood out all season long, the stolen bases. They've been so plentiful and very few and far between have we seen a caught stealing so far this year. This Beavers offense continuing to kind of trend up. I mean, the 179 batting average doesn't look like a lot right now, but it was even lower than that just a couple weeks back. So they're continually looking to build upon what they've started in the last couple weeks and hope to piece together some more wins as well. First pitch coming up shortly on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth, and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. Our founders were forged from tough times. People that believed that maybe, just maybe, if people helped people, we could all rise up together. For 80 years, that's what we've done. While we can't tell you what's going to happen, we can tell you we are going to make it through this together. And when the dust settles, we'll still be here. Just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Attention, Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys. Don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
Hello. Lovely home, by the way, but it looks like you could use some new flooring.
Now at the Carpet Guys, you get 4 years interest-free financing. Plus, we're taking extra precautions to ensure the safety of our customers.
Be wise and call the Carpet Guys.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Bluffing the runner at first as that one skied up in the air. Greg Vaughn Jr. chasing back, still going, leaps up, made the catch in left field. He can hit home runs, he can rob home runs, doing it all here today on All-Star Day. A second look at some of the festivities there from yesterday. Ended up in a 0-0 tie, partly because of most of the pitching being expounded by the 7th inning. Everyone kind of getting at least an inning that was due to come in out of the bullpen. Certainly an exciting day after the home run derby as well. Greg Vaughn Jr. having quite the day, robbing that home run like you saw as well, and really cranking off 22 home runs in the last 2 rounds of the derby. Certainly one of the guys that was coming in as a underdog, but he showed why. He was your home run derby champion yesterday. Time to take another peek at your starting lineups today, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. First, for the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths, they will send out Adrian Guzman at shortstop at the top of their lineup once again. He also led off in the All-Star game last night. Spencer McGee bats second and plays left. Lamar Briggs, Jalen Smith, and Nuke Caruso will hit in the heart of the lineup today. Logan Herring hits sixth, trying to get it going at that first base position as well. Gordon Horner, Trevor McKinley, and Norberto Navarro will round out the order as Donovan Thacker runs out as their starting pitcher. On the other end for the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today, the newcomer Connor Bagneski will lead things off and play second base. Ron Williams Jr. bats second and plays third. McFarland, LeBoy, Verdejo in the middle. Pretty decent showing for Verdejo and McFarland in the home run derby yesterday. Mercedes, Celaya, Rutledge, and Blom will round out the order. Intrigued to see more of Tyler Blom, and certainly intrigued to see more of his battery mate today, Jake Kinney, as well. Take a peek at your standings, brought to you by Scott's around the USPBL here. Unicorns still on top. Woolly Mammoths trying to charge on them behind. Diamond Hoppers 6-8, Beavers 5-10. So certainly a big game for the Beavers and the Mammoths here today as they try to elevate and hold their stock at the same time. But for the Mammoths, a team that has kind of come from the 4th seed and made some noise at the end of the last couple seasons. Good starts for them so far, Jason.
Yeah, on the Mammoth side of things, hoping to recover from the last time these two squads met up. Again, for the Beavers, first time all season, they've won 2 games in a row. And you examine the last matchup that took place on the 4th of July, 10 left on base for the Beavers. However, still capitalized in the moments that they needed to. Woolly Mammoths left 9 on base in that one, but it was a late 7th inning run for the Beavers that gave them just enough cushion to kind of hopefully kickstart the momentum for the first time really this season after getting off to a 4-10 start. And then on the Woolly Mammoth side of things, had a really good run, thanks in large part, I should say, to their bullpen. We saw Greg Lokinen get the start in the All-Star game yesterday for Westside. You wonder if maybe soon he starts shifting over into a starting role, because it was neat to watch him in tandem with Jackson Hicks. Hicks kind of piggybacked Lokinen yesterday, which was quite the dynamic duo within that Westside All-Star pitching staff. But overall, good pitching for Westside so far this year. Latter stages of June was when they really caught fire and found a bit of a groove. And that was thanks in large part also to the bats in the lineup. Lamar Briggs, saw him in the home run derby yesterday. He went on that hit streak that has now led him up to 4 home runs and seemingly on base day in and day out. When you examine their lineup, it'll be him today in the 3 spot with Jalen Smith behind him. So a nice 3-4 punch there between 2 really good friends. Spencer McGee moves into the 2 spot today, which is interesting. We've seen him kind of in multiple spots throughout the year so far. And Adrian Guzman once again leading off. So just 1 run for the Mammoths in the last matchup on 4th of July. That was a 4-1 win for the Beavers. So we'll see if the Bats can reheat today on this Sunday afternoon.
Well, the starting pitchers are in the bullpen. That's a good sign. They started warming up and then sat down, but pretty good indication that this game should start. The first pitches making their way out to the field as well. First pitch coming up shortly here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Jeremy Otto and Jason Ross Jr. back with you here from downtown Utica, Michigan. So glad you could tune in on this Sunday. A little bit of a soggy Sunday here today, 1:58 Eastern Time. We were supposed to have a first pitch of 1:05, but as of right now, it looks like we're getting ready for some baseball. The flag is outstretched. The lineups are being introduced, so very close to a first pitch here today, Jason.
Yeah, looks well. Again, shout out to our Scott's Lawn Ground crew for getting everything resurfaced and doing some maintenance, and a very nice job, as they always do. See the two managers at the home plate there, getting things squared away as the lineups are announced over the PA now. A few umbrellas in the stands, but shouldn't really need them in this window of time throughout Sunday. So, again, hoping we get some good baseball in today.
Well, just a 3-game week. It's back-to-back weeks of just 3 games. Technically, I guess only 2 games last week with the rain out as well. But next week we're back to 4 starting on a Thursday, and then the 2 weeks after that to finish July, we'll have a Wednesday through Sunday slate for you as well. It's the Unicorns and the Mammoths doing battle on Thursday of next week. Here today, Villain Day presented by Fairy Tale Entertainment. Plenty of other promotions coming at you next week as well. Always fun to see what those will be. Fireworks on Fridays as always. So if you're looking for that, even after the 4th of July, come join us on a Friday here at Jimmy John's Field. You can chime in with us on the YouTube chats. Maybe tell us where you're watching from here today. Ryan Donnelly says hello. Parker has chimed in. Luca says she is rooting for Jake Kinney here today. Bonnie McGee says Willie Mammoths all the way. Tyler Blankenship says Donovan Thacker going to deal here today. Aubrey Ruttman, a big Christian LeBoy fan. We thank everybody for watching here today. And again, we are only on YouTube once again. So if somebody's is trying to tune in on Facebook or Twitch, tell them to tune over to YouTube here today. We'll be happy to have them on the USPBL network. The starting lineups continually being announced here today. It's Donovan Thacker again and Jake Kinney doing Battle of the Mound when we get back on the USPBL network.
About the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Jeremy and Jason Ross back with you here live from Jimmy John's Field. Jenna Rose, the third member of our team here today. So glad you could tune in on the USPBL network. We are ready for baseball finally here at Jimmy John's Field. It seems like it's been a long time since that tarp came off, and there was a lot of work that needed to be done. Quite a bit of rainfall fell overnight and certainly this morning. And till start time, but we're happy to bring you baseball here today.
And her first start for Jake Kinney, as it will also have for you. It should be an interesting one. You and I were just saying we're both excited to watch him in a different role today. Just a couple innings out of the bullpen so far. But a guy the Phillies took a chance on and drafted in the 33rd round. Was let go from that organization, but trying to find a resurgence here in the USPBL. Just another one of the neat stories that we've crossed paths with so far this year. And should be fun. You already see how he is an intimidating presence on the mound at 6'8", and naturally the extension will be a little closer to the batter than it normally would be. So 60 feet 6 inches typically. That's more like maybe 54, 55 inches now to the batter's eye because of his height and extension and reach.
And Willie Martin, who you see behind the backstop here today in the owner's suite, really likes how he uses his frame. You see guys like this, and sometimes they have mechanical issues just because you have arms and limbs flying everywhere because of the length they have, but he likes how he uses his body. Also got some clarification from Willie because there's some, rumors circulating. Maybe this guy could potentially be picked up in the MLB draft, and you don't think of that because, obviously still professional baseball, but these guys, a lot of them have not been picked up or played for affiliate teams. Kinney is one of those exceptions. Keyshawn Lynch in the lineup for the Beavers is another. But the only way for that to happen is obviously you've never been drafted before and if you just graduated college this year. So there's certainly a number of guys still in that category, but with the rounds shortening, even less of a likelihood anyway. Still something to think about as this one pounded in for strike one and Adrian Guzman. Guzman, McGee, Briggs, your Zach Hart agency three-men due up. Guzman quietly hitting .353.
Shortstop who is known for his defensive work, but also provides just a professional at bat day in and day out. Really good feel for how to kind of navigate through an AB. Down 0-2 here.
Just misses the corner. Looks like maybe the slightest of drizzles, or is that just the drip from the top of the grandstands covering here? It's hard to tell. We did see an umbrella earlier. I think it's since been folded up. Kind of a hazy day right now.
Yeah.
It's still pretty humid when you walk outside.
That's true. My optimistic viewpoint goes with the latter there. Viewpoint there. Jeremy, my power is back on for the first time since Tuesday.
Oh, my.
Apparently, just got word. So the weather has it's been up and down this week in Michigan.
2-2 is high. 3-2 on Adrian Guzman. Yeah, for those of you who are not tuning in locally, it seems like those power outages have come in waves, some because of actual storms and lightning and all that stuff. Other times, maybe because of the heat and everybody trying to crank up the AC. The heat is kind of away. We started today driving into the ballpark probably around 68 degrees with the rain coming down as Adrian Guzman draws a quick walk. He now has more walks than strikeouts, 8 walks to 7 Ks.
So 2 early storylines coming into play there, Jeremy. Guzman working his way back from down 0-2 in the count there to draw the leadoff walk. Just, again, professional at bat, day in and day out. And on the flip side of that,
first pitch away to Spencer McGee.
One of the keys today for Kinney will be limiting those walks. That's something that hurt him out of the bullpen in the Phillies organization. You look back to 2019, 25 walks in 24 innings of work. So something you're trying to cut down. Because that's about a walk every inning as a bullpen guy, which isn't what you want to see on the stat sheet. Now, again, shifting over to the starter role, a little different. 2-0 count this time to flip the script from the previous at-bat.
And despite the clouds pretty much covering the whole field right now, it is still pretty bright out there. Could be a hardish day to track baseballs in the outfield. 3-0 on Spencer McGee. Kind of that sky that'll blend right into the color of the baseball. Nothing to really differentiate it with. Now the 3-0. Piped in for strike one at 91 miles an hour. It's a fastball that can reach up to 93 for Jake Kinney. Kind of the tale of two different pitchers when you look at the two tallest arms in this league. One is more of a command, movement, control guy in A.J. Coleman. He also pitches for this Beavers team. And Kinney can do a little bit more in terms of blowing you away with his best fastball.
Establishing that fastball early on will be key. Hasn't quite found the command of it so far. Back-to-back walks here to lead things off. And as you mentioned, heavy four-seam fastball usage. It's his height that plays a role as well, that when he's at his best can lead to soft contact, either on the ground or in the air. But doesn't get any easier here as you find Lamar Briggs in the 3 spot.
Lamar Briggs riding an 8-game hitting streak coming into play today. A stretch where he's 12 for 29. All 4 of his home runs coming since mid-June. Also adding a double into the mix there. Those little swing tweaks have been a big deal. We've talked about them quite a bit on the broadcast, some yesterday in the Home Run Derby as well. 0-1, whiffed at that one and missed.
Most of the adjustments and work in the offseason for Briggs came offensively. A lot of it, as we've mentioned, contributing to the lower body. But yeah, those slight tweaks, all about finding what works for you as a hitter. No one way to do it. Whatever gives you the balance and the confidence in the batter's box is what's key.
0-2 on the ground up the middle. Mercedes steps on the bag, throws to first, just able to nip him over there as McFarland makes sure he keeps that right toe on the first base bag. Guzman advances to third, but 2 huge outs for Jake Kinney, and maybe even bigger that he went 0-2 on Lamar Briggs as well.
Able to get in control there. You mentioned the 0-2 count, flipped the script from the 2-0 count. Really, it was 3-0, I should say, on Spencer McGee. Prior to that, second walk. But again, you get first pitch strikes, which has been a key to success so far for Kinney. That's when you're working ahead. As one pours in there, 70% first pitch strike rate so far throughout the course of what's a brief sample size, granted, but a good sign to see that number so high above USPBL average so far.
Check the defense behind Kinney today, brought to you by AAA. It's Roy Verdejo in left, Celaya in center, LeBoy in right, Williams Jr. and McFarland on the corners, Bagneski and Mercedes, the double play combination here today, and Tyler Blom behind the plate. And how about this? 0-2 on the last 2 hitters after walking the first 2. Got himself a double play, now 1 strike away from working out of this thing without any runs. Can he do it? Not quite on that pitch, 92 high. Nick Caruso, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the first. Breaking ball right back at Kinney. Little flip over to first, and that will do it. Strands Adrian Guzman over at first. So really nice job to wiggle out of that inning. It'll be Bagneski, Williams, and McFarland up next. But now time for your sweetheart of the game, sponsored by Thrifty Florist here today. There she is. It's Jen to our far right here today in section 101. JJ and company delivering that bouquet of flowers, courtesy of Thrifty Florist again here today. Donovan Thacker takes the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths here. And before we take a look at Thacker's numbers, time to take a look at our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Facts here today. Darth Vader learned Luke was his son from Boba Fett. There, this is on Villain Day, so keep in mind that's where our facts are aligning with here today. Villain Day presented by Fairy Tale Entertainment. Number 2, Cruella de Vil from the 101 Dalmatians movie was the work of one man. Mark Davis single-handedly animated the supervillain. There you go. There's a new film, Cruella, out now, I think, as well, highlighting Cruella de Vil. And the third one, we're at the mercy of the scoreboard here, should come up soon. Mark Hamill, a.k.a. Luke Skywalker, has been the voice actor for the Joker since 1992, and Batman as well, the animated series. So look at your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Facts. You a big movie guy?
I was just wondering, is there such thing as a likable villain? Are there any likable villains? There's got to be some out there. Plankton from SpongeBob. And who else here? Yeah, well, our producer, director today, PJ, just mentioned Cobra Kai.
Is likable the right word?
I don't know. Let's ponder that throughout the broadcast.
I think it's depending on, your style of movies and what you like and who you kind of side with. Were you that kind of child that was pretending to be more the villain or the superhero, I guess?
I naturally wanted to be more of a superhero, I think. A lot of Spider-Man, Hulk action going on. But,
okay.
Our sideline reporter, Jenna Rose, just whispered to us, maybe a better word to describe it, a relatable villain. We all go through things in life. So, yeah.
There you go. Chime in maybe with your favorite movie on the chat on YouTube with the villain included. Takes a good actor to portray one, certainly. Connor Bagneski, Ron Williams Jr., and Travis McFarland, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the bottom of the first. First pitch from Thacker is away.
If you weren't with us for the Ascension pitching preview, Donovan Thacker in search of his first professional win today. He's got the four-seam fastball, slider, changeup as well.
Pops in for strike one at 87. Here's the 1-1 now. Again, chiseled back. Take a look at the defense behind Thacker today, presented by AAA. It's McGee in left, Briggs in center, McKinley on and right, Smith and Herring on the corners today, Navarro and Guzman up the middle, with Nick Caruso behind the plate. Played in the All-Star game last night as well, did Caruso. Roped foul. Connor Bagneski, another guy who was also selected to play in the All-Star game. Small sample size, but he's done a really nice job. 6 for 10. A double, 2 walks and a strikeout in his limited plate appearances thus far. Fastball at 87 remains high. That's right around where you'll see Thacker consistently. I mean, his average fastball is 87. Has reached up to 91 so far this year. Throws the fastball 49% of the time. Fly ball that's going to hang up in left center field. McGee is there for the first out.
McGee in left field today has played both the infield and outfield this season. Nice flexibility in the lineup for the Mammoths managers. And on the side of Bagneski, you mentioned the impressive start so far, 6 of now 11 on the season, and selected for the All-Star game. Has done some nice work at second base and first base too. So certainly a couple of talented lineups going head-to-head today. Ron Williams Jr. didn't play in this matchup on July 4th, so good to see him back in the mix today.
Is that a new bat?
It looks like it.
Matches the jersey. It sticks out, doesn't it?
I love it. Nice flair
So
to it today with the Beavers going with the red unis.
Yeah, so he's got the red uniform, the red bat, the red armband, the red batting gloves, and the red cleats. Can't get any better. Look good, feel good, play good.
There we go. That's been the saying throughout the year. You know, speaking of feeling good, Ron Williams celebrated his 24th birthday last month, and his birthday just happens to be on the same day as their manager, Ed Campanella.
Here's the 1-1. Lifting swing at the 86-mile-an-hour fastball.
So the team went out for dinner, had a little pizza.
Okay.
And Ron Williams, he's a fun, confident guy to chat with, and humble but confident. Really nice guy.
1-2 again, just chisels inside. Funny to see. Before that pitch, you kind of saw the jersey of Thacker kind of flip about. Don't often see a cross breeze on the field that's usually out or very subtly in at times, but those pennants kind of moving in that same direction in left field. The American flag is standing still as Williams Jr. makes it 2 up and 2 down here in the first. For Jake Kinney, he did a really good job of reeling things back in, had command and control problems to begin it. 2 walks to Guzman and McGee, then the double play. 6-3 off the bat. There's a look at those flags as well. And then the 1-3 ground out by Jalen Smith to Strand Guzman at third. So these two pitchers looking to get things going early in this 7-inning game on a Sunday. The slider from Thacker puzzled back. Jenna Rose comments on YouTube. She says, Jurassic Park, I side with the dinosaurs. What are we talking here? T-Rex,
That's-
Velociraptor.
Ooh.
Like they're painted to be the bad guys, but really they were just brought into this world trying to survive.
Oh, wow. I don't know if you heard that.
Brought into this world. Yeah, you're right. I hope people out there heard that. That's a good one. Thought-provoking one.
0-1, another nice slider. 79 miles an hour to the outside, 0-2. I'm a big Jurassic Park guy.
The first one I enjoy the most. I was scared by it as a kid, though, but it's grown on me over the years. I like the second one, too.
0-2 away. And most people don't seem to like the second one, but I like it. Base is clear here for Thacker. 2 down. Looking to get a 1-2-3 inning. Very close. He thought he might have had it there.
It's been interesting to watch how the outside corner has been called against right-handers so far this season. I say that pitch was just off the outside part of the plate.
Now the even pitch. Swing and a miss, or maybe a tip into the glove. Either way, back-to-back strikeouts for Donovan Thacker. Here in the first inning, pop-out, strikeout, strikeout. It's a 1-2-3 bid.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Nick Caruso, Logan Herring, and Colton Horner, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the second inning. Really good job by Jake Kinney to wheel his way back in to that first. It could have been pretty bad when he walked the 2 leadoff batters. Nearly a 4-pitch walk to Spencer McGee, but then the 6-3 double play that went Mercedes to McFarland and a 1-3 ground out by Jalen Smith to end the threat. And the strand, Adrian Guzman over at first. And both of these pitchers seeing no blemish in that first inning. Jake Kinney, a guy that was invited here, recommended by Malik Barrington, fellow pitcher. A lot of 8th and 9th inning appearances in college, almost exclusively a closer. But has started in the past. Maybe a broken bat. McFarland says, I have it for out number 1.
And that's what we expected to see when it comes to the type of outs that might be frequent today for the right-hander Kinney. Because the ball was coming down on that downward type of plane, batters need to get their swing level to it, and naturally that might lead to more of an uppercut kind of swing where you could maybe either get on top of it or pop it up. So it'll be interesting to watch that throughout the course of his outing.
Here's Logan Herring as he looks at strike 1. Kinney was one of those COVID casualties in the minor leagues as well. Not your prototypical one, though. We saw a lot of them cut even before the season, and at least the MLB season, started last year when it was ruled that there would be no minor league season. Kinney was expected to go to spring training, and then around January he got a call that he would not be invited back to the Philadelphia organization. And then at that point, he was looking for a job, but unfortunately, as he was expected to come to the USPBL, he was talking with manager Ed Campanella quite a bit, and then he sprained his ankle, and it was pretty bad. He had to miss a couple months, and he's still, even saying maybe he's not in the best throwing shape that he could be right now, trying to work his way back. But even, the second time around, because he thought maybe my baseball career is over now, that I had this sprained ankle in an unopportune time. I thought I had this opportunity with the USPBL this year as he strikes out swinging. He began to look at jobs. He was applying for jobs. He had some interviews lined up. He described, hey, I was talking to Ed Campanella in between, literally, interviews. And he was like, if one of those companies called, I probably wasn't playing baseball anymore.
Funny you bring that up. Similar story with Elijah Salaya in center field today for the Beavers, who's been pretty active. He was looking for jobs post-graduation, had interviews lined up with companies, and then parents told him, hey, you can only play baseball for so long, and went for it. Just as we've talked about throughout the season, plethora of neat biographical stories and how they're playing out, guys chasing their dreams. It's so fun to get to know them and watch that.
1-0 is again chiseled foul, and I like that piece of advice. Why not go after your dreams? Because I feel like more often than not, people in our business, in sports in general, they'll kind of judge and like, just go get a job. But I mean, you and I, we both have a job, right?
Yeah.
Are we full-time anywhere right now? Not necessarily, but
there's nothing quite like chasing your dreams in life, Jeremy. And
1-1 is a little swing and a miss.
Practically every one of the conversations that you have with players around this league will represent their motivation to go out and do that on a day in and day out basis. And it's just really neat to be a part of. It's inspirational. I think that's been one of my favorite parts about working in this league so far.
Horner choking up as he calls time. But I guess the point there is it takes time, right? I mean, unless you're that top prospect or, you right place, right time, you're not always going to reach that goal right away. 1-2. Wow. My goodness. That's caught by Jake Kinney. Is that off the knob of the bats? And I think Kinney's even confused whether that's going to be allowed an out or not. And it will, in fact, go for the third out. Boy, it's a time we wish we had replays here on the USPBL Network. We'll try to take a look in the break and describe when we get back.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Well, we took a second peek at that play off the bat of Colton Horner, and we had a pretty good camera angle live on the broadcast to see it, if you're going to see it cleanly. Still very tough to tell, but we're guessing because Colton Horner was so choked up on the bat. I don't think it hit his hands because of his reaction. It's not like he reacted like it hurt or anything. And it was a fastball on 91 in the end from Jake Kinney, but it looked like it probably just knocked off the knob, circled right back to Jake Kinney. He alertly caught it, and even he, after the play, was wondering, is this actually an out? What did this hit off of?
And I think when you tie that into what Kinney has done successfully so far, staying away from the barrel of the bat, working in and out, and he's particularly used the inside pitch effectively. Not necessarily has to always be for a strike, but, for example, to a right-hander there, as we saw, setting up inside, then expanding the zone away, and maybe you're getting a swing and a miss, if not a swing and a piece of contact off the end of the bat. We've seen that a couple of times, so really doing well to hit the inside part of the zone and then work outside. That time just led to an odd pop-out.
Fluttering to second, Navarro slipping a bit, but still making the play. And Navarro, as he's shaking up out there, just happy he made that play.
You wonder if the grass is still potentially a little soggy out there and what the footing is like, given that it sprinkled earlier today.
Roy Verdejo hitting 160 coming into play here today. We'll see if the home run derby maybe triggers something. Give some of that power we've seen in his ABs before coming to the USPBL come to the forefront. 19 home runs in college this year. 4 multi-home run games. He's hit 2 this year in professional baseball. That was in the same game very early on in the season. Was that week 1 or week 2 when the Beavers had those 5 home runs in a game? Week 1, I think. Maybe 2, according to Matt Snyder, and he shakes his head, says yes. 2 and actually 3-0 now on Roy Verdejo. Thacker did a decent job of working ahead in counts. He did see a couple 2-2 appearances to Williams Jr. and McFarland. They ended up striking out in those at-bats. That one sneaks inside, and it's going to go for a walk.
That's, I think, what you like to see out of Verdejo right now. Harkening back to our conversation with him a couple of days ago, all about swinging at good pitches, not the ones that are out of the zone, not the ones that he is fishing, and he's done quite a bit of that throughout the season so far. So making sure he has a good understanding of the strike zone, which we saw there, is something you want to see out of him moving forward.
You'd expect some length here today from Donovan Thacker. Ed Cuevas has been warming ever since the last inning, so we might see him come in the third for Jake Kinney. Not because of performance. Kinney had a 1-2-3 inning in the second and has retired 5 straight, but just the fact that he hasn't really been stretched out in a while. Briggs sprinting in. It was, I guess, whatever way you say it, a fortunate or unfortunate situation yesterday that so many of the Beavers pitchers made the All-Star game, and starters in particular. Malik Barrington, A.J. Coleman, Cole Stanton all pitched yesterday. Kind of still going through their full routine in terms of warm-ups as a starter. So it's very unlikely that we will see any of them, but possibly Cole Stanton here today, who's the lone reliever in that group. Stanton nailing down the last outs of that game in the 7th inning in what resulted in a 0-0 tie in the All-Star exhibition. None of those stats will count overall, just like in any other All-Star game towards these players' final lines. And Celaya hopping around a bit because he nailed that one off his foot.
And throughout the first couple of weeks of the season, Beavers kind of consistently had the lowest combined team ERA, now 3rd in that category. But the pitching staff was performing in excellent fashion. It's just they didn't have any run support to back it up. But of late, thanks to the bats of Travis McFarland, Celaya, certain players warming up, Collier Rutledge has been in the mix, now starting to give that staff some support, and it's led to back-to-back victories.
Straight up infield and outfield here with 2 outs. As Elijah Salea looks at ball 1, 1-1. Righty on righty matchup here. Little chopper foul, and boy, he just can't keep him fair. He keeps hitting him off himself here.
Thacker's advantage in this particular matchup may be the breaking ball, as his changeup has been so effective. Salaya, perversely, has really struggled so far this season to hit breaking balls.
Kylie Rutledge and Tyler Blom, the next 2 potentials here in the second, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. The 1-2. Slider outside, 2-2. Slider's been working decently well so far for Donovan Thacker here today. Came in throwing it 31% of the time. Thacker giving up 2 earned runs, 3 runs in total in his last start against this very Beavers team. Two appearances in a row versus the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. His outing on July 4th was 66 pitches long. That gets away from Caruso. Tough ball to stop, and Verdejo allowed to gallop free down to second.
Cleaner first inning today for Thacker than he had in the previous matchup you mentioned against this Beavers team. And now, with 2 outs and a full count, you mentioned the slider. That's been the second most prominent put-away pitch, only to the 4-seam fastball. Let's see if he goes to either one of those pitches here.
Now the 3-2 away. That allows Salaya to reach, so 2 walks in this inning. His first 2 given up today. Coming into play today, Donovan Thacker 4th overall in innings pitched. A.J. Coleman, his teammate, Malik Barrington 1st and 3rd respectively. Jackson Hicks 2nd, and Miguel Sereno quietly in the 5 spots. You look at the leaderboards offensively, guess who is dotted atop most of them? Drew Galassi. Leader in hits, home runs, RBIs. So if he sticks around, that could mean a back-to-back Triple Crown winner here in the USPBL. Zach Gray was able to do that last year. 1-0 is high and tight. The slider that got away. Greg Vaughn Jr. is tied with Jason Aponte at the top of the stolen bases. And Juan Lopez Rios, we talked about what he was doing before he got hit in the hand in a non-public game last week, leading the league in average. Galassi just by 1 point is trailing him 386 to 385. Lamar Briggs and Guzman right up there as well. Here's the 2-0. That one banged off Caruso. My goodness. Everybody feeling a piece of the baseball here today.
Rutledge in a good position here, still at 2-1 on a 3-game hit streak. The batting average entering today, sub 200, but has been swinging the bat well of late. A guy who has some nice power to the opposite field. Vast majority of his hits tend to come to either center field or to the opposite field.
Two-one floated foul. Now they have liked the bat since he got here. Ed Campanella says his glove won't really impress you. That's why he's DH'd a lot, but the bat is keeping him around, as this one's a fly ball carrying and slicing to the right center field gap, and McKinley and Briggs run into each other there. And we hope Briggs is okay as the final out is recorded here in the second. They share a smile, so it looks like he is okay out there. A couple walks are stranded by Donovan Thacker here in the second. We're still scoreless.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Ed Cuevas taking over on the mound now for Jake Kinney, who went 2 complete here today. Kinney, the bullpen piece, getting the spot starts with Barrington and Coleman unavailable. Walk 2. The first 2 he faced, Guzman and McGee, really struggling with control and command, but he figured things out quickly. Went 0-2 to Briggs and 0-2 to Smith. Got a double play, got a ground out. And then he retired 5 of the last batters he faced. So, in general, a good outing for Jake Kinney today. And now we'll see what Cuevas will do as he faces 8-9-1 in this Mammoths order.
Out of Edgar Cuevas, you can expect to see the changeup, the two-seam fastball, and the slider. Slider not thrown very often, but he actually throws more breaking balls than fastballs so far throughout the course of the season. Changeup is thrown a shade more than the two-seam fastball, but good even distribution there, which is interesting. Not something you typically see. Changeup is the big 2-strike pitch as well.
Last outing for Ed was on July 2nd versus these very Mammoths. Pitched an inning and 2/3. Allowed just a walk through 15 pitches. Has been upwards of 41 pitches in his last 5 outings out there. Donovan Thacker having to work out of a mini jam himself in the bottom of the second inning. Pair of walks for Dejo and Salaya reaching base. Finally got a pop out to right field to Collier Rutledge. All 3 of his outs in the second via the contact. Had a pair of strikeouts back in the first as well. Now Trevor McKinley trying to get this Mammoths offense going. It's been a light week for offense so far here in the USPBL. No runs scored in the All-Star game yesterday, and certainly surprising given some of the bats we had come to the plate. Fastball high at 87 to McKinley here.
There was a point in the All-Star game yesterday from a pitching standpoint where it kind of felt like it was Westside versus Utica with a hint of Eastside in there as well, particularly in the 3, 4, 5 spots of the East Division team lineup where you have Greg Vaughn Jr., Drew Galassi, and Noah Childress. But with the West pitching staff I mentioned, Jackson Hicks and Greg Lokinen, 2 guys who we may or may not see today, likely won't see Hicks, but potentially Lokinen out of the pen, kind of shut them down and started a trend of West Division pitchers not really giving much of anything. Now their lineup did have multiple opportunities with the bases loaded and left him juiced.
Yeah, kind of the opposite case this year for the Utica Unicorns. They really relied on their pitching last year, which won them a lot of tight games, and then they added some pieces later in the season to end up taking home another USPBL championship. This year, it's the Mammoths pitching, which has been probably the best in the league, just in terms of sheer arms. Their offense starting to get going. We've talked about Lamar Briggs riding an 8-game hitting streak. Logan Herring, a guy they think that can provide some thump once he gets some more at-bats here. He hasn't played in a month since leaving his college season. McKinley to Cuevas for the first out. Norberto Navarro has had his moments, certainly offensively, but primarily a defensive second baseman as he comes up. But Nick Caruso, another bat that Taylor Jellikowski and company like, co-manager of the Westside Woolly Mammoths, along with John Dombrowski. Seven straight outs since the first 2 walks surrendered by Jake Kinney. Cuevas passing the baton. This one's going to break here, though, to the gap in left center field, and it's gone! Off a line, Norberto Navarro.
A pitch over the heart of the plate. Beautiful level swing. Aggressive on the first pitch. Connected pretty hard there. Norberto Navarro, a successful turnover of the lineup to the top spot for Guzman.
I tell you what, the couple times I've been down there watching when Norberto Navarro has taken BP, he's hit some over the fence.
Just timed that pitch up very well. Was on plane with it all the way, and nice, smooth, comfortable swing. Sets up his double play partner defensively, Guzman, at the top of the order.
At first off the bat, I thought that one would for sure get to the warning track and kind of bounce off the wall, but ball's carrying a bit here. Guzman trying to get a piece as well. Salaya is there for the second out. Spencer McGee, the last shots. That's got to feel good just to put up a run. What this week has looked like.
And Cuevas hasn't allowed a ton of hard contact either so far this year. That's just the second homer off of him.
A slight wind blowing in, according to both sets of flags. First pitch, slicing slider. Had some late bite there for McGee. Kind of feel that breeze seeping into the press box a bit. Wonder if they have the air off today. They probably could afford to. So one day in a long time where that's the case, maybe yesterday as well. It's been quite the steamy couple weeks in Metro Detroit. Not only hot, but humid. A lot of rain here, there, and everywhere. We thought we might escape that this week, or the end of this week at least. Slider outside, 2-1 now to Spencer. Or that's the changeup, I beg your pardon, from Cuevas. Throws out a lot more often than the slider. Has slider movement, though, and slider velocity. 2-1 is pounded foul. Got to remember also that fastball is averaging around 87, 88. But still a good differential. Two. Another changeup hit on the ground to Mercedes. Off balance. Just able to nip him over at first base. Couple nice plays, but the big exclamation point was the home run by Norberto Navarro that just kept going and going and going in a line that carried just below the scoreboard in left center field. That's your fifth third out of this one here in inning number 3. Time for JJ the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union here this afternoon. JJ getting in some more work here today, performing well in the All-Star game yesterday. 2 good crowds on Friday and Saturday this week. The grandstands pretty full on both occasions. Always good to see that. We hope to see you here next week as well. Time for your DTE Energy Kid Race the Mascot here today. Our young man is Ben, racing against Buzz the Beaver here, and didn't want to give him his head start, and now will make his way to Buzz. Buzz is starting pretty slow here today. Ben missed the second base bag. That's all right, though. Navarro acting as traffic cop here. Ben, I think, thinks he might have to keep up with Buzz the Beaver. Trying to make this thing interesting. Buzz not really making it easy for him to round the third base bag here. Now he has some help. Little third base coach there. I'm not sure Ben is very fond of Buzz.
There we go.
Ben able to cruise his way home.
Just wanted a little more challenge towards the end there.
It's your DTE Energy Kid Race the Mascot. Really nice promotion this upcoming Thursday. First game back for us next week, or this week, however way you look at it. Randy Dobnak bobblehead night. Of course, the former Utica Unicorn and now Minnesota Twin. So come out for that one on July 15th, and fireworks on Friday. Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers Family Campout and Classic Rock Night is July 17th. Then Beauty and the Beast Day, provided by Fairy Tale Entertainment on Sunday. Then the following week we have Oldies Night on a Wednesday. Thursday is it's 5 o'clock somewhere, featuring Caribbean Blue Band. Fireworks that Friday. Irish American Heritage Night, presented by Guinness that Saturday. And then Superhero Day, also presented by Wolverine Human Services. Or Humane Services, I beg your pardon. Tyler Blom, Connor Bagneski, and Ron Williams Jr., your Zach Hart Agency 3-men duo here in the third inning against Donovan Thacker. Just a pair of walks allowed for him, split between 2 at-bats. The fastball with a little movement on it late there. Sparks back in for strike 1. Out of foul territory, but that one just a bit too hot as it lands just to the left of JJ's doghouse. So the single run of the game, credited off the bats of Norberto Navarro, just kept carrying to the left center field gap. His first homer of the year. Zings its way to Guzman. Late hop. Handles it like a pro, though, as he gets it over to Logan Herring for the first out.
Next up, the second baseman, number 2, Connor Bagneski.
Thacker has moved his pitches around the zone very well so far today. In college, had the high strikeout numbers, and his coach Justin Karn told me that he's an attack mode type of guy, and the fastball is a pitch he's always had good command of, especially to the arm side. But we've touched on his slider. That's been the out pitch throughout the course of his career. Incorporate the changeup as well, and it becomes all the more lethal with 3 pitches.
Had a bit of trouble with the extra base hits here in the USPBL. He did not allow a single home run in college this year at Madonna. He's allowed 5 so far this year and a slugging against of 459. So maybe just adjusting to level here, adjusting to better hitters potentially. 0-2 on Connor Bagneski, but certainly Thacker plays in a good hitting and good baseball overall league in the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference. Quite a few players dotted around the league, either currently or in the past.
One of his teammates, Spencer McGee, speaking of homers, had 11 in college this past season at Indiana Tech.
1-2 on the ground up the middle. There's the first base hit against Thacker here today.
Bagnetsky covers the bottom of the strike zone well there and able to get the barrel of his bat on it up the middle. Nice base hit.
You talk about Spencer McGee, part of Indiana Tech. Indiana Tech always challenging for a WAC title, an appearance in the NAI World Series. Charles Donovan, another Beaver teammate, pitched for Indiana Tech this year as well. Jim Essien has always kind of scouted the WAC and the NAI pretty heartily, but I think you see some of those improvements, especially on the Mammoth side, because of Taylor Jellikowski, who obviously played at Madonna and saw a lot of these guys this year. A light rain falling at the ballpark now. You really have to squint to see it. It's one of those. The sky still pretty bright. And a pickoff for Donovan Thacker as he nips Connor Bagneski over at first.
We saw Jordan Carr of the Utica Unicorns pitching staff have a successful pickoff throw on Friday. Must be, Jeremy, the first time we've seen that in consecutive games, given that yesterday was the All-Star game. And if I'm not mistaken, we had one in the All-Star game yesterday.
We did,
too,
yes.
Didn't we? So 3 consecutive days if you count the All-Star game, which has been a rarity given the numbers.
It was Jordan Carr yesterday. 0-2 on Ron Williams Jr. Not many fans reacting in terms of leaving their seats because of this rain. It's just a slight drizzle. We do see some umbrellas pop up for the first time in game action. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Donovan Thacker does a nice job of working himself right back into the inning. One out single, stranded with the pickoff, and able to strike out Ron Williams Jr. to end the mini threat here.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Jeremy Otto and Jason Ross Jr. back with you here from Jimmy John's Field. Donovan Thacker allowing one base runner in his last inning there. Good job to work out of it as he picked off his first runner of the year over at first. Lamar Briggs, Jalen Smith, and Nick Caruso, your Zach Hart Agency three-men do up here in the 4th inning against Ed Cuevas, who gets his 2nd inning. Gave up a home run to left center field. That's surmounted to the game's only run thus far.
These two teams have been involved in close games of late. 3-run win for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers on July 4th. Prior to that, we mentioned this is the 5th consecutive times these two squads have matched up. On July 2nd, it was a 1-run victory for Birmingham Bloomfield over Westside. 2-run game prior to that. In Westside's 4 wins over Birmingham Bloomfield so far this year, now 4-2 on the season against them, they've held Birmingham to 1 run or less in all of those games. So if that trend is going to keep up, they'll have to keep it where we are now.
There's Cole Gidley taking some warm-up tosses here. Charles Donovan, the other available arm. I guess we could see Cole Stanton here today. That would mean back-to-back appearances in terms of days for Stanton, so they may try to stay away from him unless they need him. Briggs grounded out his first time up. That was kind of when Jake Kinney took the game back over after he had walked the first two men to come to the plate in the first inning. Began a string of 7 in a row retired by Kinney and Cuevas. That's the 3rd out in a row since the home run by Navarro now. Home runs certainly up in the USPBL this year. It was the 36th home run overall in the league. The 11th for the Mammoths, which is second in the league. 14 for the Unicorns thus far. Just 2 for the Hoppers and 9 for the Beavers. 5 of those coming in one game back in week 1, tying the USPBL record for home runs in a game. Jalen Smith down in the count 0-1. He grounded out right back to Jake Kinney to end the first. Tyler Blom trying to pull that one back in. I had a conversation with Willie Martin, your Director of Player Development here at the USPBL, about Blom before the game here today. He says certainly still evaluating him as he's only seen a few at-bats and appearances in an actual game at the catching position. Obviously they've seen him in practice, but so far so good. They like his pitch framing. They like his arm. They think it could potentially be a good prospect. So more to be seen from Tyler Blom as this season goes on. Williams Jr. sees that one roll foul.
And the pitch framing, so key, because at the end of a year, you can look back at the numbers and say to yourself, maybe you stole several strikes that might have not been there if it weren't for the catcher's ability to do that. So an underrated element of catching there. And then you mentioned, obviously, the strong arm, quickness, athleticism behind the plate, all very key elements of the catcher.
2-2. Again, whistled inside, 3-2. Blom's rights traded to the USPBL this year from the Frontier League, sending Keon Taylor, the submarine pitcher, out to Joliet and the Slammers. Blom played some Division II baseball. Here's the 3-2. Away. The changeup at 79. Cuevas wanting that call. But regardless, Jalen Smith is taking a walk over there.
Jalen Smith told me last week that when he gets out, he said, I typically get myself out. So trying to lay off of pitches, especially down in the zone and sliders away, is something that's a part of his mindset right now. So good to see him get on base by way of the free pass.
Seventh walk of the year for Cuevas compared to 13 strikeouts. Lazy fly ball at the bat of Caruso. It's LeBoy under it for the second out there.
All contact outs so far for Edgar Cuevas. in relief of Jake Kinney. And an interesting start, Jeremy. Those 2 walks to lead things off. And he induced a double play. So thus far for the Beavers staff, it's been about the contact out. And the ace of their staff, A.J. Coleman, same thing for him. It's been about the contact outs.
Coleman dealing an inning yesterday in the All-Star game, coming in relief of his fellow starter, Malik Barrington. He took the 6th inning, allowed just 2 base runners. A man reached on an error and then a fielder's choice. He had 1 strikeout to Greg Vaughn Jr. And decent tag considering the throw was off the bag, but Jalen Smith going to scamper back in there. Jenna Rose will tell us a bit more about Greg Vaughn Jr. later in the broadcast. She was able to catch up with Greg's mom and dad yesterday after he won that home run derby, robbed a home run in the outfield. Certainly one of the best catches we've seen by him in a USPBL uniform. You can check that out on Twitter as well.
For Herring, something he's trying to work on right now is improving on seeing change-ups, because from the perspective of a lefty, it can be deceptive. I'm kind of trying to pick up on that right now.
3-0 is low, and that allows him to walk. And just the fact that he is able to draw walks and maybe see pitches a little better, we talked about it a little bit. Logan Herring, another guy who expected maybe his baseball career was over until he got a call from the USPBL. So he played his college season, didn't hit for about a month. And now just trying to get the feel. And it was a good feel certainly this year in college. He hit 20 home runs, so they think that power can translate here as well.
And those last 2 pitches that he saw, one was a changeup that he took in the dirt, and then the next one again in the dirt. So back-to-back hitters now that we've seen. Jalen Smith, I should say, first, and then prior to the flyout from Caruso, that have taken pitches down in the zone to lead to runners on bases here with 2 outs.
Gidley continues to warm. First pitch to Colton Horner. And Tyler Blom has been busy here today having to block balls. Fellow catcher appreciation there as Horner gets him a pat on the back. This 4th inning brought to you by Dunham's. We thank Dunham's for their support of the USPBL. Decent leads for both Herring and Smith on first and second as Colton Horner takes ball 2 outside. Another fastball. Two more walks in this inning. The first 2 since the first inning surrendered by Beavers pitching. Jake Kinney with the opener role in this one. Went 2 innings, allowed 2 walks, but that was it. Retired the last 5 batters he saw. The home run by Navarro making the difference so far. Now trying to add to that is Colton Horner. Cuevas making sure he doesn't walk him here on a 3-0.
Still working his way back. Horner certainly with the advantage. Trying to do some 2-out damage.
That light rain still falling here at the ballpark. It's been that way for the last inning or so. Colton Horner had that odd pop-out to end the second inning. He was choking up on the bat with 2 strikes, and we think it literally went off the knob of the bat and just kind of floated its way to Jake Kinney. He was kind of in disbelief that that's how it actually happened, and the out was an out. Thought it might have deflected off of something, but that's how it was ruled. just getting a piece. It might be trouble. Williams Jr. can't make the play, and everybody's safe.
Second time today that he's just kind of dribbled one to the left side of the mounds. First one was a pop-up, as you mentioned, but this time rounds the cover for the shortstop and a little too much there that allows Horner to get on base. So now the base is loaded and a chance to pad this lead for Westside.
Goes into the books as a infield single, the second hit on the board for the Mammoths to pair with their 4 walks so far here today. Now Trevor McKinley will look for RBIs, possibly 5, 6, and 7. Here with the bases juiced with 2 outs. This one popped up. Will it have room for Tyler Blom? It's got to go a long way, and it will scoot into the stands in the end. Walk, infield single, the line against Cuevas here in the 4th. Looking to work out of it against the bottom third of the order. The 1-1 on the ground. Bagneski covers. McFarland had to scatter over and called safe. And they say McFarland is off the bag, and a run will come around to score.
Well, another opportunity, Jeremy, where he mentioned earlier, if we had replay review as Ed Campanella emerges out of the Beavers dugout, this would be one to take a look at. Was he pulled off the bag? Is the question mark here.
McFarland with a smile after the explanation was given. Now the 2 umpires will come together here. We're about to see our look at it here.
There, it looks like the foot was still planted, didn't it?
It did.
So maybe, let's see if we can.
The only weird part about the play is he was kind of slipping on his way, so his foot kind of looked like it may be elevated off the bag.
Right there, yeah.
It was kind of still sliding.
Mm-hmm. Those watching can't see what we're viewing at the moment, but it did appear as though he was still kind of slipping and sliding, and maybe had lifted the back heel up off the first base bag.
Now the conversation with Taylor Jellikowski. And they're going to rule him out at first base. No run, and that's the end of the inning as well. Well, it goes the Beavers' way. Credit to Ed Campanella for coming out and coaxing that conversation. Still 1-0 Mammoths here on the USPBL network.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. Donovan Thacker Madonna University alum back out on the mounds for another inning of work, his 4th of the day. Thacker wrapped up that first inning of work with back-to-back Ks, 2 out of the 3 that he has in our scorebooks today. 4-batter second inning. Then went 1-2-3 in the third, despite allowing the single because of the pickoff at first. So controlling the running game and working efficiently. And once again, into the 4th, which is something that has been a prominent theme for him throughout the course of the season.
And we got yet another look at that last play, which ended up ending the inning. The run taken off the board, and Trevor McKinley ending up in just a 4-3 out. There was even some question whether the throw beat him or not. I mean, obviously, McFarland having a little bit of trouble getting back on the bag as well, because the track is even more wet than it was after the grounds crew prepared this field, because the rain has been falling at a fairly small clip. Nothing to really scatter out of the seats or anything, but still has an impact cumulatively on what the field conditions are. 0-1 breaking ball. Had that one popped up down the first base line. Ooh, Herring having trouble locating the ball. We talked about the potential of these skies here today, and probably the rain falling doesn't help that cause.
As you noted, kind of the color where baseball might blend in a little bit, and then we've seen a couple of slips on kind of the edge of the infield dirt, shallow outfield as well, so trying to find your footing. A little more challenging today, in addition to seeing the baseball. Not too windy, though, as you talked about earlier. Flag nice and steady once again.
There's a look at the cloudy skies here today. Been that way ever since we showed up. I mean, when most showed up to the ballpark here today, it was raining at a pretty good clip. Not downpouring, like we saw a couple times last week, which obviously canceled our game on Thursday. Or is that 2 weeks ago now?
Week before last.
Yeah.
Christian LeBoy with the 1-1 counts on him right now. The relief pitcher on the mound for the Beavers, Edgar Cuevas, former teammate of LeBoy.
Shallow pop-up. Navarro calling as he collects the second out there.
I should say college teammate of LeBoy, now carried over into the USPBL, both of them playing for the Beavers and both having played for the University of Arts and Sciences of Oklahoma, which had quite a few alums in the All-Star game yesterday.
Roy Verdejo, another NAI player, will step his way back to the plate at a 3-1 walk back in the second. And then there you see Donovan Thacker trying to get some of the mud out of the cleats, which becomes a bigger factor as the rain continues to fall. It's got to be kind of a cold rain, too, so I give these fans a lot of credit for standing pat, because it's not a very warm day overall. Falling at the largest clip we've seen in game action so far now as the slider wipes out on Verdejo. 0-2. Pop out to McFarland, pop out to LeBoy for Thacker to begin the 4th. He's allowed just 3 base runners so far here today, in line for maybe one of his best starts in the USPBL if he can continue to do what he's done.
Verdejo had the 4-pitch walk earlier in this game, now 2 strikes on him. He told me last week that the 2-strike approach consists of staying short of the ball, getting from point A to point B, not chasing pitches. Does well to work his way back to 2-2 there.
Two and 2 on Verdejo. Nafi Mercedes, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. 2-2, right back towards us and over the grandstands and foul. What do you think A.J. Coleman's contemplating there?
In the bullpen at the moment?
Yeah.
I would say, as you know, we see him in the chat there, just such a cerebral guy and always thinking about the game. I mentioned yesterday on the broadcast, he told me his favorite part of this is the one-on-one matchups.
Here's Navarro again. 2 straight outs recorded by him in a 1-2-3 inning for Donovan Thacker, his second of the game and first since the first inning.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're going to be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Another pitching change, Cole Gidley taking over on the mound, the third pitcher used this afternoon for Ed Campanella's team.
Gidley features the two-seam fastball, changeup, and curveball. Among the 3-pitch mix that he has, changeup is a good pitch for him with 2 strikes. 53% of the time he goes to that for his put-away pitches. For Gidley so far this season, though, you'd like to see the walk numbers get down a little bit. 12 free passes handed out throughout the course of 5 appearances. Total of 23 and a third innings pitched.
Last outing, you got to go back to the 26th of June, actually. 2 2/3 of action there. 3 runs given up. They were all earned. That was a start. Had a string of 3 straight starts after a couple bullpen outings before that, and now the rain coming down at a larger clip. We've kind of seen it incrementally increase in the last 10 minutes or so here at Jimmy John's Field. It hasn't come to the point where the umpires have thought about stopping play quite yet. You see it playing a factor with our camera there a bit as well, the signal. Back to the press box here. So a bit surprising to see the rain roll in once again. We thought we might be clear for the game. It is a decent amount of green, as we see on the radar, that might clear its way up fairly shortly here.
Leading up for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, the second baseman, number 12, Norberto Navarro.
Now there's just little cells kind of floating around Utica. Some are kind of almost like a circle around the ballpark. Missing, and I think it's certainly been raining in other areas not too far from here. Swing and a miss to Norberto Navarro. He's made the difference in this game so far. His home run that carried, not really aided by any wind. Haven't seen a lot of strong winds this week at all, really. Hitters, I'm sure, would have appreciated that a bit more yesterday in the Home Run Derby. Charles Donovan also beginning to loosen. The former starter for the Beavers team, converted to the bullpen a couple weeks ago. Here's the 0-2. The fastball lifted back. It's a fastball for Gidley that's topped out at as much as 93 so far this year. 89 on the average. The 0-2. Hard one to reach out and get, but Navarro did get a piece of it.
You look back to the home run that Navarro hit in the second inning. Just timed that pitch up so well. Attacked the first pitch. Perversely there, a good eye to lay off. But it would be good to see him get rolling on a consistent basis for this Westside team. When they were hot, it felt like up and down the lineup. Guys who were making solid contact, and having the depth is very key.
Fastball away. Now the 2-2. Line drive again to the gap, kind of in that same spot. This one for sure will get down, but he'll use his legs. To second base he flies, and that again will be an extra base hit for Norberto Navarro. His first 2 of the season coming in big fashion for the Mammoths here today. Now Adrian Guzman will try to keep it rolling. This double play combination once again hitting 1 and 9th in the lineup respectively.
Another good connection there from Navarro. Thinking fastball, and once again, that time 90 miles per hour over the heart of the plate. Timed it up well. Good piece of 2-strike hitting, and finds himself on second base with nobody out here.
Donovan continues to warm. There's been a little bit of action in the Mammoths pen. I believe that's Johnny Bridenthal now tuning up, yes. 21 down there. Curveball high, there's Johnny.
Breedenthal so far 10 1/3 out of the bullpen for the Mammoths. Mentions how good their bullpen has been throughout the course of that 4-game winning streak they were on. I believe the note was they only allowed 1 earned run after the 5th inning during that stretch of time when things were really moving and grooving.
2-0. Fastball at 88, spoiled foul.
And then when this Beavers team snapped that winning streak, it felt so peculiar at the time because the runs poured in the 6th and 7th inning. That comeback victory, 6-5. I believe there were 4 6-inning runs, backed up by the 7th inning run that capped it off to win 6-5.
Curveball had Guzman golfing out in front, 2-2.
And since then, the Beavers have now strung together a couple of wins in a row, which is something we haven't said about them all season long.
Here's the 2-2. We're seeing the curveball a lot more than we're used to from Cole Gidley. 69% fastball coming into today, 22% changeup, and 9% curve.
Something that Willie Mammoth starter Donovan Thacker mentions to us last week.
2-2, a change. He likes to go with that with 2 strikes.
As you right on cue there with the changeup, Thacker said when he began to implement the changeup, made himself a 3-pitch pitcher, which is just all the more lethal to opposing batters, opposing lineups, first, second, third time through the orders. So if we see that curveball more frequently for Gidley, could help him.
Swing and a miss. Fastball pounded away at 91. You look at most guys, I mean, there are some certainly large exceptions. Mariano Rivera is one. I mean, that's a bullpen arm. But when you look at starters in the major league, starters at this next professional level, maybe in the USPBL, if you have an above-average fastball and above-average breaking ball, you can get away with 2 pitches. But anything past here, especially in affiliated baseball, you're probably going to need that third pitch if you're starting games. Spencer McGee launches this one, but it's going to rain just short. LeBoy has a long run. The dive cannot complete the catch.
Athletic effort from LeBoy there in right field. And Jeremy, not only the third pitch, but making sure there's a differentiation between likely what will be 2 breaking balls. Say it's a slider and a changeup, or a slider and a curve. You want to have a differentiation in break and speed between those pitches as well, which isn't an easy thing to do, and something that is a part of the tweaks that we hear a lot about in the USPBL with Justin Orendorff and Willie Martin in player development, all of the roles they play in helping these pitchers advance.
The rain once again falling at a slightly larger volume here. So a few more umbrellas popping up at the ballpark as his fastball at 91 finds its way in for strike 2. Spencer McGee today, a walk back in the first, was one of the first 2 walks in the game for Jake Kinney before he figured things out. And then a ground out back in the third. It was of the 6-3 variety. 0-2, staying alive. Oh, 2 snuck inside, 1-2. Navarro on second base had a nice leadoff double. It snared his way into the left center field area out there, all the way to the warning track. That one just making its way off the bat. Now it becomes tougher to keep that ball dry, keep your bat in your hands. With the rain continuing to fall, it's still pretty bright out here. They have turned the lights on. The brightness is increasing. 1-2 away. Fastball at 89. Brightness from the sun, that is, which we really haven't seen all too much here today.
Saw Spencer McGee kind of get under a ball and send a fly ball into the foul ground on the first base side a couple of pitches ago. So that pitch is high to run the count full. Most of his power, we've seen him switch now 3 times today. Began on the left side of the plate against the starter Jake Kinney, who's a righty. Then switched over to batting right-handed against Cuevas, and now once again back to the left side. The vast majority of his power in college came from the right side.
Swing and a miss. Elevated the fastball at 87. Back-to-back strikeouts. Now for Cole Gidley. Lamar Briggs trying to do some damage, 0 for 2. He's got a 8-game hitting streak on the line. Told you those numbers earlier. Updated now 12 for 31 in that stretch. Lifting swing and a miss. One of the better fastballs we've seen this inning from Gidley at 92. Donovan continues to warm. He might just take the 6th inning here. The 0-1. pounded in for strike 2. Gidley maybe realizing this could be his last couple batters. 2 strikeouts in a row, but it hasn't come without a few fouls off from Guzman and McGee.
Not often you see Briggs go 0 for 3 either. Grounded into that double play back in the 4th and a ground out.
.92-mile-an-hour fastball low and in. Just got a piece of that one. We've had some funky fouls here today. Kind of plops its way into the grass, mushy. Right in that area where the home plate umpire picks it up. You can see a lot of the track of where our vehicles have gone here today to work on the field and weigh down the tarp. The problem at the beginning of today's game was that water got underneath the tarp. It was on all night long. So that's why the game was delayed. It wasn't necessarily that the rain was falling at a time where the game couldn't be played. And how about Cole Gidley here in the 5th inning? Allows the leadoff double to Norberto Navarro, but then strikes out the side. Guzman, McGee, and Briggs, the top 3 in the order, all go down. Now time for your 5th inning stretch, brought to you by Genesis Credit Union here today. Take me out to the ball game once again here on the USPBL Network. Here we go. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Your Genesis Credit Union 5th inning stretch here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us in a 1-0 game.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
1-0 lead for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Now over to Jenna Rose. Jenna.
Hey, nice to see you, Jeremy. Sitting behind you here in the booth. But, man, what an exciting day yesterday with the All-Star game, East versus West. We have to talk about the home run derby that kicked off the event. Greg Vaughn Jr. had 5 home runs during round 1, 12 dingers during round 2, and 10 during round 3. So 27 altogether. Had the opportunity to chat with his mother, Leticia, and his stepfather, Bill Davis. And it was just really exciting to get that hometown feel from the two. We look at Greg Vaughn. Greg's father, he had 355 career home runs in the MLB, spent 15 years, was a silver slugger with the Padres. So certain aspects of his games have dwindled down to Greg Jr., and it's just so exciting to talk to his mother. He's always had that big swing. He was able to put the ball into play plenty of times growing up, so it's just really exciting to see them share in that moment at the All-Star game here in USPBL.
Certainly is, and Greg, a popular guy around the league, and always kind of special to share those moments with your parents here as well. So cool to see their reaction kind of real time, and celebrating with him on the field after the game as well. And Greg Vaughn Jr. certainly a dark horse yesterday, wasn't he, in the home run derby?
Yes, only 1 home run during gameplay so far this season, but even talking to his stepfather, Bill, he was saying that when it came to the home run derby, it's about who's in the best shape, and specifically when you look at Greg Vaughn Jr., he has that stature, he's able to generate that power, so really no surprise he had 27 on the day.
First pitch to Nafi Mercedes is golf to the gap in left center field here as McGee will pick that one back up. So a leadoff single by Nafi Mercedes. We thank Jenna Rose for that report here in the 5th inning. We'll catch back up with her postgame in our Auto Lab postgame show, where she'll interview our Rochester University player of the game. Well, this Beavers offense has struggled to kickstart this offense, certainly at certain points in this year. Good for them to see a leadoff single, the first leadoff base runner that they've had in this game here today. Despite the skies kind of lightening up, the rain still falling at a decent clip. No puddling going on right now. That's good to see. Elijah Salaya had a walk back in the 2nd inning. Herring made that look pretty easy, but those skippers not always easy to even keep in front of you.
Salaya with a 2-0 hitters count here. Has quick hands through the zone. Oftentimes you'll hear people say the quicker the hips, the quicker the hands. So it's all about the lower body and the upper body coming together in a cohesive fashion to make for the best swing. Has struggled a bit on breaking balls, as we've talked about, but certainly with the advantage here at 3-0.
Johnny Bridenthal, the new pitcher on the mound, which we failed to mention here, as this one sparks in for strike one. Bridenthal taking over for Donovan Thacker, who went 4 complete here today, scattering 3 base runners, a single base hit, and 2 walks. 3-1, swing and a miss at the fastball at 88. Collier Rutledge, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the 5th. Tyler Blom would be after him. Now the 3-2 remains low. Puts runners on first and second, and now the Beavers looking to get something brewing here in the 5th.
First time we've really seen this for the Beavers with nobody out. Runners on first and second here, and Collier Rutledge, who we mentioned, is on a 3-game hit streak entering today.
This is the 11th appearance for Johnny Bridenthal out of the bullpen this year. 10 1/3 innings, 5 walks to 12 strikeouts, elevated ERA just under 7. (1-0) remains low. Splitter, fastball, curveball for Bridenthal. That's the split finger you just saw there. Some motion in the pen there for the Mammoths. Was that James Rogers down there?
We did talk about him prior to the game today, wondering if he would be available.
Two 2-1 is chipped foul. 2-2 on Rutledge. He popped out to right field to end what, before this point here in the 5th, was the largest rally, if you want to call it that, for this Beavers offense. They had 2 walks in that inning. The 2-2, big pitch here. Got him. Ooh, he did, yes. Delayed call by the umpire, no strike 3, heave-ho, but it will be the first out here in the 5th inning, and the 4 strikeout in total from Mammoths pitching here today. Tyler Blom. Looking Looking to make a stamp on this game. Only his fifth here in the USPBL as he grounds it to the left side. Smith has trouble. Everybody's going to be safe. Maybe. No, they snip Blom over at first base.
It essentially turns into kind of a sack ground out there for Tyler Blom. Does advance the runners 90 feet and turns the order over for the leadoff hitter Magnetsky, who's fresh off that single he had back in the third.
And the only hit against Donovan Thacker. 2 1/3 innings of no-hit baseball for Thacker. He had a 1-2-3 inning in the first, also faced the minimum in the third after a pickoff, and then a 1-2-3 inning to finish his outing in the fourth. Line drive to left center. Briggs is there to pick that one up. And again, nothing becomes of the first two base runners at reach. A single and a walk by Mercedes and Celaya. Still 1-0 Mammoths.
Welcome back into the USPBL Network. Jason Ross Jr. back with you. Jeremy Otto in the booth today, along with Jenna Rose and Matt Schneider from our analytics team. Charles Donovan preparing to warm up for the Beavers. Fourth relief pitcher we've seen so far today after, again, it was Jake Kinney who got the start, an abbreviated start at 2 innings, so somewhat of a bullpen by committee day in the 7-inning game for the Beavers. Charles Donovan is someone we've seen quite a bit on the mound so far this season out of the pen. Cole Gidley is another who pitched. 1-2 record so far this season for Donovan throughout the course of 14 2/3 innings pitched. When you examine his arsenal, four-seam fastball, curveball, changeup, and cutter mix, so quite a bit of movement that he'll throw at opposing batters. Typically draws quite a bit of contacts out of the zone, relatively high ground ball percentage. High strikeout numbers, though, as well. And chances, though, in that previous inning for the Beavers offense. Couldn't quite capitalize. Down to their final 6 outs offensively. We'll see if Donovan can keep this a one-run game as we get into the 6th.
Taking over for Cole Gidley here. Talked about Donovan's flip to the bullpen recently. Came in as a starter to the USPBL this year. One and one on Jalen Smith. Smith, Caruso, Herring, your Zach Hart Agency men due up. Roped into the glove of Ron Williams Jr. at third.
Wonderful play there from Ron Williams Jr. laying out. Had to read that well off the bat. It's a reactionary spot at third base. Williams Jr. growing up was more of a middle infielder. Made the transition to third recently, and the word he used, again, when we had talked about this the other day, reactionary is the number one thing. And you don't get much more reactionary than that hot shot off the bat.
First pitch outside to Nick Caruso, trying to snap an 0 for 2 today. Ground ball to first base and a pop out to right field. Most of the appearances in college for Donovan were starts. This year was 5-0 on the mound. A bit more split between bullpen and starter than kind of what his track record throughout his career was at Indiana Tech. 12 appearances, 7 starts this year, and 35 1/3 innings. Two De La Salle products battling against each other here in the 6th inning. The 2-2. High and in. De La Salle has certainly had some success locally in the Metro Detroit area, right up there. Some of the better teams in the Catholic High School League. 3-2 high. Caruso takes a walk. Logan Herring has certainly been seeing the ball a bit better of late. Had a walk back in the 4th. Comes into this game 3 for 17 with 2 RBIs. His walk the second that he has coaxed since arriving. This left-handed bat that had 20 home runs this year in college. One run off 3 hits and no errors for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. No runs off 2 hits and no errors for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers so far here today. Sunday afternoon, so glad you could tune in. Wherever you may be watching here today, Phil chimes in from California, rooting for the Mammoths today on YouTube. Fly ball to left field. That's carrying on Verdejo. Corkscrewing his way back and does secure the catch for the second out.
Verdejo did well to keep that ball in front of him. You mentioned Herring improving of late. He was just playing in the NAIA World Series about a month ago before he got the call to continue his baseball career here in the USPBL.
So Donovan looking to strand the one-out walk here in the 6th inning. Mammoths have certainly had the better traffic on the base pass thus far. Base is loaded in the 4th. Pair of base runners in the 1st. We've told you about the home run by Norberto Navarro in the 3rd. That has been the difference in this game.
Jeremy, you look throughout baseball, you've seen this in the majors so far this season. When the pitching is as good as it has been, usually it's either high strikeouts or homers, and right now that's the difference.
Fastball away, 2-1. It'll be interesting to see how that morphs over the next few years. 2-1 pitch again, another fastball at 88, galloped back to the backstop there. 9 walks to 18 Ks for Charles Donovan coming into play. Now 10 walks, 18 strikeouts. A bit better than where he was in his college season. Really smack dab in the middle. His walks to strikeouts were even. 2-2. Breaking ball in for strike 3. His first strikeout here tonight, unable to strand. The one-out walk by Caruso. You could win $200 and 4 tickets to the USPBL Championship game in September. You can text Chevy Detroit to 555-888 against Chevy Detroit to 555-888 for your chance to win. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
Attention, Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
One more reminder, you can text Chevy Detroit to 555-888 for your chance to win $250 and 4 tickets to the USPBL Championship game in September. Visit ChevyDetroit.com/USPBL for the official rules of that contest. James Rogers taking over on the mound here for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Thacker, Breidenthal, and now Rogers here in the 6th.
Rogers features the 4-seam fastball, slider, curveball, and changeup. Won't blow you away. Average 4-seam velocity hovers around 86, maxed out about 88. But the creativity, as we talked about, slider, curveball, changeup, very even distribution there. Slider a shade under 30% of the time. Then curveball is a prominent pitch as well.
He'll face Ron Williams Jr., Travis McFarland, and Christian LeBoy here in the 6th inning, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Rain has continued to fall here at Jimmy John's Field. Not enough to even halt play, but the ponchos are out, the umbrellas are out. Everybody trying to stay as dry as they can. Weren't really expecting the rain to carry into gameplay like this.
Jeremy, we've said it before. Seems like every time you make an excellent play, you're due up to bat. Ron Williams Jr. fresh off that sparkling play at third. See if he can back it up at the plate.
Rogers so far this year, just 3 innings on the mound. First pitch fastball in for strike 1. Slider remains low. Williams Jr. today trying to snap an 0 for 2, 2 Ks to his credit thus far. In fact, 2 through 4 in the lineup have yet to record a base runner. That could change here with this flare. Yes, McGee with a slip and slide out there in left. Tough play. Williams Jr. on the second base bag. He might just get his slip and slide in. Trying to tuck that arm. Can't get there.
An aggressive form of base running on display there from Ron Williams Jr. as a former two-sport athlete. Get a recovery in left and enough in time to make it to third. But that was kind of the slip and slide effect you've seen, Jeremy, so far throughout the day. It's particularly affected this Westside team in the outfield. And that time, Williams Jr. couldn't quite get there to third in time.
I think that's the right call. It was a tough tag as well for Jalen Smith because literally Williams Jr. was trying to slide that right hand in between the spread out Jalen Smith over at first base. If these gaps were bigger here at Jimmy John's Field,
probably would have made it.
Yeah, and that could have been even an inside-the-park home run. We see balls like that go for things like that. Guzman over to first. Herring stays on long enough just to pick it. So all of a sudden, 2 up and 2 technically down. And now Christian LeBoy, the last shot for the Beavers here in the 6th. Birmingham Bloomfield is the home team here this afternoon. First pitch just around 2 p.m. here today. We've hit the 4 o'clock Eastern hour. Another one of those games, kind of like yesterday in the All-Star game, where it's tight, but it's also not, necessarily the easiest of innings recorded by these pitchers. 0-0 all of yesterday, but that's one of the longer feeling 0-0 games you'll ever look at.
I mentioned the West team multiple times, loaded up the bases offensively, but only to watch the pitchers navigate out of those situations. Which is a sign of why the guys who were on the mound yesterday were on the mound.
That one, wow. Guzman dazzling over to first. Showing why he was the toply rated infielder in the Twins organization before being a COVID cut just a few months ago. My goodness, Guzman doing what Guzman does. Back with more after this here on the USPBL Network.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Well, when it's time for baseball, it's time for Bell's. We love enjoying a United Shore baseball game with an Oberon Two-Hearted Ale or official No Yeah. Here's to a great season. Bell's Brewery, Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. Donovan on the mound here for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers in the 7th inning. 8-9-1 coming up. For any of us working, as I hear Johnny G, the public address announcer, mention it again. I know we mentioned it earlier, but the camp out night, I think it's next Saturday. For anybody working, it's not a bad idea to just do that on a Saturday, because those Sundays, especially for us that don't live too close to the ballpark, come up pretty quick on you.
So will that just be in the outfield?
I believe so, yes.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Trevor McKinley, Norberto Navarro, and Adrian Guzman due up here. Guzman with that great play. Just balls that you think there's no shot he's going to get and end up in the outfield. Runs quickly to him, gets that glove down right away, twirls, throws it over the first base. Just a human highlight reel out there.
And making what is not easy look so smooth.
1-1, hit it off his foot.
Always has such wonderful transitions from glove to hands. Really good feel for that shortstop position.
Him and Norberto Navarro really have that middle of the infield down pat. They were making plays like they've been playing together for 5 years in the first few weeks of this season. McKinley 0 for 2 today, a pair of ground balls, one to the pitcher, one to the second baseman Bagneski. Here's a lifting liner, and parachuting that into his left-handed glove is Roy Verdejo.
Next up is second baseman number 12, Navarro.
And now Navarro will come back to the plate. 2 at-bats, 2 extra base hits to his credit so far, both going in around the same direction. Out to left center field. Interestingly, Cole Stanton is warming again. We saw him pitch an inning yesterday in the All-Star game. 88-mile-an-hour fastball in for strike 1 on Navarro. Here's the 0-2. Away. Well, not really sure that Stanton will be used here today unless Donovan gets into some traffic here in the 7th. Didn't throw a ton of pitches yesterday, so maybe just an extra bullpen for him out here, and then if he has to come in, he's warm and ready. Because this is the 7th, obviously, in a 7-inning game. Wow, wicked hop. I think that went off the bag. Nathan Mercedes ends up picking it up in the outfield. Good backup to Bagneski. But Norberto Navarro just can't record an out in this game.
It's been his day. And now he's getting ricochets like that after extra base hits his first 2 times up to bat.
We're going to get that baseball out of play, too. Maybe nicked up a bit. Yep, it hit directly off the front of the second base bag as we get a second look at it in our YouTube monitor here today. Tight lead for Navarro over at first with the lefty on the hill as he delivers a fastball outside at 88.
If you're going to try to steal off a lefty, it has to be with no hesitation right off the first move. And typically on a breaking ball.
For the Beavers, in the bottom half of the 7th, they'll have Verdejo, Mercedes, and Celaya due up. Shoemaker and Keyshawn Lynch, the 2 available off the bench if Ed Campanella chooses. It's Verdejo in left, Celaya in center, LeBoy in right, Juan Williams Jr. on third, Travis McFarland on first, Bagneski at second, Mercedes at short, and Tyler Blom here today, the defensive alignment, sponsored by AAA of Michigan. 3-1 on Adrian Guzman. Chucked it foul. Walk in the first at-bat for Adrian. That was in a 3-2 pitch. Then flew out to center in the first pitch to Celaya. And then a ground out to, or a strikeout, I beg your pardon, for the first out in the 5th. That's where Gidley struck out the side after allowing the leadoff double to Navarro. He's just a triple shy of the cycle, but going to be, I don't want to say impossible, but pretty close to it for him to come back up to the plate in this game.
He would need his teammates to really get the ball rolling for that to happen.
And triples here in this ballpark are not easy to come by. And this will make it almost nearly impossible, as they say that that tag was not made on Guzman. They're hoping for an appeal again to the home plate umpire. I think he did tag him.
We've had some controversy over at first base today. Appeared as though the initial throw pulled McFarland off the bag, then tried to make an athletic recovery. Nonetheless, it'll be McGee up to bat with a runner at first.
And Guzman never really touched the bag until later, obviously. But on a second look, it looked like the tag was made. He settles for a fielder's choice with 2 outs here in the 7th. And now McGee will circle his way back. Walk, ground out, strikeout for Spencer. (1-0), the fastball high at 87. Lamar Briggs on deck. His 8-game hitting streak in jeopardy as he's 0 for 3. A nice way for him to come up and potentially add to this lead for the Mammoths if given that opportunity. A changeup that time from Donovan. We've had a lot of arms used this week in general in just these 3 games. Big swing and a miss from McGee.
Yeah, again, going back, it was just a 2-inning start for Kinney, which set up, again, what was turned into kind of a bullpen day for this Beavers team, which has been the prominent theme over the past couple of days. Hoping to give his team a chance to keep it a 1-run game.
Shot into the snaring glove of McFarland. Nice job by him to sprawl out and keep it out in front. Now the last chance for this Beavers offense to put something together. And on the board, still 1-0 Mammoths.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Colin Ledbetter taking over on the hill. What's another pitching change here today? We've certainly seen a lot of them this weekend. Ledbetter looking to get the save in a tight 1-0 game here in the 7th.
Out of Ledbetter, you can expect to see the 2-seam fastball, slider, and changeup. So far, just 1 start through 9 games, so vast majority of the work has come out of the bullpen.
For
right-hander.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Jeremy. Yeah, just going to note again the distribution that we can see here. 65% kind of 2-seam fastball, 31% slider, and just 2% changeup.
So 4 arms used on each side in a 9-inning game played versus the Hoppers and the Unicorns on Friday. Then in the All-Star game last night, a 7-inning game, 5 pitchers each, so a total of 10. And then here today, 4 pitchers each in this 7-inning contest, and this will be it unless the Beavers can find a way to claw back and tie this game. 1 swing of the bat could do it. 2 swings could win it. Verdejo, a decent candidate to put a charge into 1. First pitch to Roy. Swing and maybe a tap foul in between the thickets of Caruso there. I think it actually maybe bit the leg of Nick as it went through. Jenna Rose will catch up with our Rochester University Player of the Game on our Auto Lab post-game show. That's coming up after the final out of this one. Fly ball and a line to left field, chasing McGee back, and we're tied at 1.
Verdejo is a guy who we just saw yesterday in the home run derby. All 3 of his homers now in the season have come to left field. That smooth stroke of his had the 4-pitch walk earlier and caps off a good day here by tying the game in the bottom of the 7th. Again, a good smooth stroke to left. Finding the pitches that are best for him to hit is the key right now for Verdejo, and this day has been all about that for him.
So 2 solo shots so far. One by the second baseman, Norberto Navarro, all the way back in the 3rd inning, and now one here in the bottom of the 7th inning by Roy Verdejo to tie things up. Nafi Mercedes sees that one sneak inside. He's got a home run to his credit this year as well. Elijah Salaya has a pair. He's on deck, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Rope to left and foul. We're in another interesting pitcher situation. We did see Cole Stanton warming up last inning. He is still throwing lightly right now. Kyle Luger is the only arm that the Mammoths have not used so far today.
Nafi Mercedes also has a homer off Mammoths pitching so far this season.
1-2, tried to check it. He did not, or he did, I beg your pardon. 2-2. If not for the starters that pitched last night in the All-Star game for the Beavers, they'd be in a much better position on their pitching staff. 2 starters going just 1 innings, Malik Barrington and A.J. Coleman. 2-2, crowded him inside. The fastball at 92. So our second blown save of the week. Technically, game 1 of the week has not been concluded yet. That's a 2-2 tie in the 10th inning. 3-2 again, same area. Again, foul. That was also a game that was tied up late. Hopper is getting single runs in the 8th and 9th to tie the game at 2 with the Unicorns on Friday. And he certainly earned that hard single into left field. Back-to-back at-bats with the single for Nafi Mercedes.
There's the trickle-down effect we talked about. Good piece of 2-strike hitting there on the part of Mercedes. And now finds himself on base. So back-to-back hits. One of, obviously, the extra base variety, bringing home Roy Verdejo on the solo homer.
Hopping lead for Mercedes over at first as he scrambles back to the bag. Salaya, pair of walks tonight. The 1-0. 91-mile-an-hour fastball away. The 2-0. Another fastball at 91. High and in. 3-0. Ledbetter having some control issues here in the 7th. Stanton just kind of chatting with Malik Barrington there. He's been throwing on and off. Should be pretty warm. This is Lokinen taking a visit to the mound. First time we've seen that.
There's a lot of trust in Lokinen right now. I saw him and Jackson Hicks kind of walking with one another yesterday, the two all-star pitchers for Westside. And Lokinen just has something figured out right now about opposing lineups and his consistency, trusting his stuff. Certainly a guy that I think anyone would take advice from right now, given the high-caliber pitching that he is producing of late.
Had 2 more innings last night in the All-Star game, 2 hits given up, but 3 strikeouts, no walks. That walk-to-strikeout ratio has been sparkling. That one pinned inside for ball 4, now first and second, with the winning run shifting to second base. First pitch to Collier Rutledge, fastball at 92 up high. Collier today with a pop out and a strikeout. Ledbetter will step off.
Rutledge had the 3-game hit streak, as we talked about entering today. Feels like he's due for a hit and a good opportunity here. First time we've seen traffic with nobody out for the Beavers, and they are hoping to capitalize.
High and in, 2-0. Well, the message right now, make sure it's a good pitch, because you could potentially move the winning run to third base with no outs if Ledbetter can't find the strike zone here against Rutledge. 2-0, checked it. The slider is in for strike 1. Talked about the strikeout rate for Loken and 7 walks, or 7 Ks. I take that all back. 18.5 Ks per 9. 2.5 walks per 9. I was reading that and I'm like, that's not right. It's been a lot better than 7 Ks per 9. Certainly has more than double that.
Yeah, he said entering the season, goal was more strikeouts than innings pitched. Right now he's at 37 in regular season games through 18 innings pitched.
Batting average against .095, slugging against .159. 3-1 to Rutledge, sawed off to right. That could be enough. Diving play by McKinley. He's going to try to pick off the runner and double him off, and they do not. Close at second base. What a play by Trevor McKinley in right. That looked like it may be a game winner for Collier Rutledge that kept slicing and slicing to his right. But a great job to not only catch the baseball, but had the wherewithal to pop back up and look to get the second out.
We've seen some excellent defense today, Jeremy, and that's just another example of it. You mentioned, as a baseball player, how your mind always has to be thinking to the next step. So good IQ there to look to get the play at second base, but couldn't quite double him up.
We saw McKinley last year rob a pair of home runs as well, as Trevor Blom takes a little excuse-me swing at that one. Top of the order on deck. Connor Bagneski, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. Yeah, our director PJ Grudowski pointing out a interesting point as well. Celaya nearly all the way to second base. He had to wheel back much further than Nafi Mercedes did to second on that last pick type play. Oh, and 2 on Tyler Blom. Pair of groundouts here today. He's 0 for 6 to begin his USPBL career. A home run Here to lead off the 7th inning by Roy Verdejo has tied things up. Him and Roberto Navarro have 2 solo shots in this game for each of their teams. Slider uncorks it to the right. A bit of trouble. Just waiting for Logan Herring as Ledbetter covers. And now the winning run advances to third with 2 outs.
Next up for the Beavers, the second baseman, number 2, Connor Bagneski.
And an opportune time to have that potential winning run 90 feet away with Bagnetsky at the top of the order. You mentioned entering today, 6 of 10 on the season at the plate. Had the single earlier, but a guy who can make hard contact and really work an AB.
He's going to be intentionally walked.
There we go, right on cue. He'll try to work around him intentionally and brings up now Ron Williams Jr.
Odd play for Williams Jr. Shot a ball to left field. McGee slipped on it a bit, trying to come in and maybe dive to get the baseball. Ended up squeaking all the way by him to the fence in left field, but able to pop up and throw out Ron Williams Jr. and an uncharacteristic slide to third as well, as he sort of slipped on the slippery track here today. The rain has since ceased at Jimmy John's Field. There was 2, 3, maybe 4 innings in a row where it was coming down at a decent clip. Nafi Mercedes, the game-winning run, standing 90 feet away at third base. There he is, taking a short lead. The 1-0. Chopped it foul. Williams Jr. with a pair of strikeouts in his other 2 at-bats here today. Quietly the 7th man to the plate in this inning, by far the most that either team has brought to the equation so far here today. Fastball in at 90. So 1 strike away from extra innings. Here's the 1-2. Low. Ledbetter really wanting that call. 2-2 on Williams Jr. now.
That was the slider that time from Ledbetter. Spoke to Ron Williams Jr., and he told me that out of all the pitches he might struggle with, it's the changeup because of how it looks so similar.
2-2 again, chopped on the ground. Have to cover once again for the second consecutive play. It will go 3-1. Verdejo ties it up. Solo shots to left field. 1-1 as we go to extras here on the USPBL Network.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the 9th and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the 9th, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Cole Stanton, fifth pitcher used here today for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. In extra innings, and that will mean that Spencer McGee will start on second base because of the international tiebreaker rule. From here on out, there will be a runner that starts at second for each team. For the Beavers, it'll be Ron Williams Jr., who just committed the last out with runners on second and third and 2 outs. Roy Verdejo is the reason we're here. Solo shot to left field. And a decent spot in the lineup coming up if you're the Mammoths. It's 3, 4, 5, Briggs, Smith, and Caruso, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency here this afternoon.
For Cole Stanton, you can expect a four-seam fastball, slider, and curveball. Twelve and a third out of the bullpen so far this season. He's controlled the 3 pitches I mentioned well. Very low walk numbers, just 3 free passes throughout the course of that 12 and a third stint. Very little extra base power, little to no extra base power. No doubles off him, no homers against Stanton so far this season. But facing a guy who feels right now that he can create an extra base hit off just about anyone in this league in Lamar Briggs.
First pitch to Lamar. Fly ball floating its way to right. His hitting streak will not continue, but he may do his job advancing the runner if this throw comes in off. It does, as Spencer McGee advances to third.
Now batting the third baseman, number 2, Jalen Smith.
And now Jalen Smith will look to drive him in.
Good part of the order, because just like we saw there, didn't necessarily get down to continue the hit streak, but advanced the runner here with Smith. You know you're getting some sort of contact more often than not. Very low swinging strike percentage.
Infield all in at the cut of the grass here. McFarland at first, Bagneski at second, Mercedes at short, Ron Williams Jr. at third. The 0-1. Trying to go the opposite way, you could tell there.
Yeah, crowding the plate so he can get to that outside pitch and take it the other way if he wants to. But you wonder how he handles the inside pitch.
Slider remained high. O2 is up. 2-2 now on Jalen Smith. Decent amount of hits on breaking balls so far this year for Jalen. It's a high fly ball that's going to churn its way into the dugout, it looks like. And in the process, Jalen Smith broke his bat.
Well, right now, the mental side of the game plays a role as well as we get a look at the bullpen.
So Austin Shoemaker tossing.
You mentioned we were running out of arms. Now the catcher, Austin Shoemaker, warming up in the pen. But for Smith mentally, told me that his cerebral approach kind of stems from past sports as well. Played football and said that carrying that over but not overthinking is very key. And in a scenario like this, the discipline is paramount.
1-2. Thistles back towards us, hit off the screen and lands in an empty seat below us. Austin Shoemaker did pitch, I believe, in one of the scrimmages before the season started this year. Throws a fastball and a knuckleball, as I think you saw there in that cut before we went to him. Now the 1-2. Change away. Infielders have relaxed a bit here with 2 strikes and 1 out, and they get Jalen Smith to whiff.
Next up, catcher number 5, Nick Caruso.
Strikeout number 6 combined for Beavers pitching so far here today. 2 outs. And Nick Caruso, the last shot to potentially drive in the go-ahead run. You're in extra innings, technically, of this 7-inning game here today. Is the rain falling a little bit again? I think it is.
Slight drizzle still coming down.
The 0-1. Checked his swing and again lifted foul. Oh, go ahead.
We mentioned Austin Shoemaker warming up in the pen. Nick Caruso, a catcher himself. Good barrel control offensively, though. And a guy who, for the Woolly Mammoths, could be a boost. Steals some strikes as well behind the plate relatively often.
Stanton, another guy that had his contract purchased by the USPBL from another independent league for the season. Outside. He spent a week with the Lake Erie Crushers before the USPBL bought out his contract. Ed Campanella was in contact with them. It's a guy who took 3 years off of baseball before this year. Was bartending when COVID-19 hit and then was let go. Certainly thought his career was over when he left college. The 2-2. Slammed into the glove of Badneski at second base. An exclamation point to keep this game tied in the 8th inning. We will see 3, 4, 5 for the Beavers in the next half. Let's see if they can win it.
To insurance, they're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
7 batters came to the plate in the bottom of the 7th inning for the Beavers. Really only one mattered. In the end, it was Roy Verdejo with the solo home run to left field. After that, Nafi Mercedes singled. Elijah Salaya walked. That was with no outs. Then the line out by Collier Rutledge to right. Really good play by Trevor McKinley. Certainly a chance that the game was over at that point. How much that ball was slicing. Trevor McKinley got right back up and tried to double up. Mercedes at second base. He scrambled back in time. Then the ground out by Tyler Blom advanced both Mercedes and Salaya to second and third. 2 outs. Intentional walk to Bagneski. And then a ground out after a mini battle with Ron Williams Jr. He now stands at second base. The international tie-breaking runner rule as McFarland watches that one peek inside, 1-0. Travis today, 0 for 3, strikeout, pop-out, ground-out. Kyle Luger has picked up a baseball for the Mammoths in case this thing extends or Ledbetter needs a blow. Austin Shoemaker continues to warm for the Beavers. It looks like he's the option next as McFarland swings and misses at that one. If Ledbetter gets in trouble, it's unlikely this game will still be going on, though, I guess. So Luger would likely be the pitcher in the ninth, and he's actually walking back to the dugout currently. 1-1 in for strike 2, the 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
McFarland gave us some interesting comments the other day as he tries to be the one to win this game. Noted that he's never really trying to swing for the fences. Just hoping for the hard contact, level swing plane that we hear so much about. But it's the power numbers that have given him success throughout the course of his career. If you can maybe try to find a way to get a ball to the opposite field here with the speed at second, you never know what could happen. Given the troubles with footing today and how wet the grass has looked.
The 2-2. And home plate umpire says he did not check his swing. That's for strike 3. The first out of the 8th inning for the Beavers is by the strikeout here. Christian LeBoy 0 for 3. Ground out, pop out, ground out. First pitch fastball, dust low. Verdejo due up next. Wouldn't it be something if he came full circle and did it again?
Certainly would.
Foul.
You can feel Verdejo's confidence rising as well with each successive game. And even just the selection in the home run derby and knowing there was a reason why he participated in that. Lit a fire under him. Very passionate guy. Loves the game of baseball. Hoping that LeBoy can do something in front of him here.
Hits in 3 straight games for Verdejo, if you count the All-Star game, which is not counted on the stats technically, but one line drive to the center field. That's going to carry all the way, and that should do it. Around third base is Ron Williams Jr., and everybody can go home here on a Sunday. Nice look at the Beavers with the celebration here today behind the second base bag. Certainly not the team you'd felt would win this game, how things trended early, but Salaya helping that cause. Ron Williams Jr., the international tie-breaking run standing at second base. He comes around to score on the double by Christian LeBoy, and the Beavers take the 2-1 victory here today. A large victory for them as well. Sneaking up on the Mammoths, who needed this one to stay above the 500 mark. They drop to 7-8 as the Beavers pick up win number 6 on this season. Our Auto Lab postgame show coming up with our Rochester University Player of the Game and an interview with Jenna Rose shortly after this here on the USPBL Network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping, no stopping. I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Welcome to the Autolab postgame show. We are now joined by Beavers right fielder Christian LeBoy, who is our Rochester University player of the game. It was a bit of a stalemate. The Mammoths were taking the lead 1-0 heading into the 7th, but we saw a spark. What were the conversations in the dugout leading to that moment?
So we were talking about before the game we were talking we don't get batting practice like we usually do, so we were just trying to get focused and just try to get the job done.
Well, the game went into extra innings. We saw some movement happen in the 8th. You had your RBI single to send Ron Williams Jr. across the plate. What was it like for you stepping into the box? What was your approach?
So I was talking with Mercedes, and he said don't sit on the fastball, he barely throw it, just sit on the slider so you can react to it, and I put a good swing on it.
And heading to that moment, you were 0 for 3 on the day. What were you able to change? What did change specifically heading into that?
My confidence. I always got to the home plate with confidence. I trust myself, and I have been working for this for my entire life, so it was fun.
2-1 victory here for the Beavers today here in the USPBL. How are you guys going to build on that momentum moving forward?
So we know we got a couple of mistakes early on the game, so we could score some runs early on the game. We didn't, so when we got the chance to score late on the game, we did.
Well, congratulations on the win today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, and that's all for the post-game show. Thank you for joining us here on the USPBL Network.